The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 10, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marionette Miller Meeks to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3, 2025, the chair will now recognize members submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, for 5 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. I rise to wish Lori Tudor, the former director of the Arkansas Department of Transportation, a very healthy and happy retirement. Lori was the Department of Transportation for over 4 decades and served as the director for the last 5. She began her career at the department as a clerk typist back in 1982. And after taking time away to earn an engineering degree from the University of Memphis, she returned to the department as a civil engineer in 1998. In 2014, she was promoted to Deputy Director and Chief Operating Officer and became the agency's first female director in early 2020. Lori guided the department through the challenges of COVID-19, played a pivotal role in the Connecting Arkansas program, which included over 30 state highway construction projects and helped modernize the natural state's transportation infrastructure. She's left a lasting mark on the department and our state, and she's proven to be a tireless and effective leader. I thank Lori for her lifetime of dedication and her terrific perseverance to accomplish her personal goals and those of the department. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Austin Booth, an exceptional Arkansan who recently completed his service as the director of our Arkansas Game and Fish Commission. A native of Scott, Arkansas, the outdoors and a passion for public service were integral to Austin's upbringing. After witnessing the 9/11 attacks from his classroom at Catholic High School in Little Rock, Austin was determined to serve his country, ultimately becoming a Marine Corps officer and deploying to Afghanistan. After his tour in Afghanistan, Austin came to Washington, D.C., where he would go on to work as an advocate for the Corps on Capitol Hill and later a judge advocate. He returned to Arkansas to serve as the Arkansas Department of Veterans Affairs and then as a director of the Game and Fish Commission. Under his leadership, the commission launched its strategic 5-year plan, and Austin was instrumental in conservation projects that benefit hunters, anglers, and conservationists for generations to come. I thank Austin for his leadership, for our friendship, and for his unwavering commitment to Arkansas's natural treasures, and wish him all the best in his future endeavors. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Bart Likes, the owner of Old Bart's Southern Eats. What started as a job at a hunting lodge has become a successful multi-location restaurant and catering business that serves customers across our state. But Bart's contribution to his community are not confined to a successful business. Since the tragic passing of his mother, he has been serving others in our state, including sponsoring local sports teams, feeding healthcare workers, and providing free meals to victims of domestic abuse. Bart's story should remind us all that life has twists and turns, but following your passions will never steer you wrong. It should also remind us that there's no greater obligation in life than to helping those in need. I applaud Bart for his success and thank him for his dedication for helping others. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a truly remarkable gift to higher education in Arkansas and honor the legacy of John Gill, whose name will now grace the newly renamed pre-law program at Hendrix College in Conway. Thanks to a generous $250,000 donation from George and Sally Gill in honor of their brother and brother-in-law, this endowed program will help prepare Hendrix students for a legal career. As a former president of the Arkansas Bar Association and member of the American College of Trial Lawyers, John Gill has left an indelible mark on our state's legal landscape over his 6-decade career. from serving as a delegate to the 1969 Constitutional Convention and shaping the Arkansas Supreme Court's rules of civil procedure, John's legacy is one of integrity and mentorship. Through this endowment, Hendrix will continue to enhance its already impressive pre-law program, which boasts an 87% law school acceptance rate. I commend Hendrix College and the Gill family for their commitment for advancing legal education in Arkansas. And I look forward to seeing those students thrive in law school and beyond. And Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize and celebrate the recipients of this year's Pennsylvania Dairy Innovator Award, Stephanie and Haley Painter, the visionary founders of the Painterland Sisters. Growing up on their family's fourth-generation farm in Tioga County, Pennsylvania, Stephanie and Haley were deeply rooted in the traditions of dairy farming. Their upbringing instilled in them a profound appreciation for the land, animals, and the farming community. This foundation inspired their mission to bridge the gap between consumers and origins of their food, leading to the creation of the Painterland Sisters brand. In 2018, they embarked on a journey to transform their vision into reality. By March 2022, their organic skyr yogurt hit the shelves and today can now be found in all 50 states, with a production of approximately 270,000 units weekly. This remarkable growth is a testament to their dedication and entrepreneurial spirit. The Pennsylvania Dairy Innovator Award recognizes an individual or business entity that has provided tremendous innovation to progress Pennsylvania's dairy industry towards a brighter future, either by advancing the marketplace or creating new opportunities for innovation on the dairy farm. And this dynamic duo is a shining example of just that. The Painterland Sisters source milk from their farm and partner with 25 other Pennsylvania dairy farms. They ensure that their products are not only of the highest quality, but also support local farming practices. Beyond their product line, Stephanie and Haley have positioned themselves as leaders and advocates within the agricultural community. They actively engage with educational programs, mentor young agriculturalists, and collaborate with organizations such as the Center for Dairy Excellence and the Pennsylvania Organic Center for Excellence. Their involvement extends to hosting farm tours, participating in community events, and serving on advisory committees. Their efforts have garnered significant recognition. Along with this year's Pennsylvania Dairy Innovator Award, the sister duo earned a spot on Forbes 30 Under 30 for food and drink in 2023. Their accolades underscore their impact and the respect that they have earned within the industry. The Painterland Sister story is a powerful example of how passion, innovation, and a commitment to core values can drive meaningful change in the dairy industry. Like many young farmers, the Painter Sisters were looking for ways to carry on their family's agricultural legacy while making it their own. The Painter Sisters' dedication and passion for their family farm and business have led to tremendous success. Madam Speaker, the Painterland Sisters' commitment to making a difference sets an inspiring example for the next generation of dairy farmers and entrepreneurs. I want to congratulate them on this well-deserved recognition and thank them for their contributions to Pennsylvania agriculture. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a dear friend and a former Iowa State Representative, James Frederick Hahn. James was a public servant who dedicated his life to bettering his community and the state of Iowa. James was a true Iowan. He was a farmer in Muscatine County. He was hardworking, principled, honorable, and impeccable integrity, in the likes of John Wayne. Throughout his time in the Iowa legislature, James fought for the values that make our rural state great. He was a champion for rural communities, farmers, and agriculture, and supported policies that put Iowans first. His leadership and integrity left a lasting impression and impact on Iowans, and his legacy will never be forgotten. Beyond his service in office, James was a family man and a friend to many. His kindness, wisdom, and dedication to serving Iowa will be remembered by all. My prayers are with his family, friends, and everyone mourning his passing. May we honor his memory by continuing to serve with the same commitment and passion he did. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding young Iowan, Will Ryan, for his nomination for the Big Ten's prestigious Jackie Robinson Community Service and Impact Award. Will is not only a standout junior on the University of Iowa's track and field and cross-country teams, but he is also a community leader. Will's commitment to giving back started early, volunteering to feed the homeless as a middle schooler. That spirit of service has not only grown, but has continued. Today, when he's not setting records on the track, he's dedicating his time to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital. His connection to Stead's is personal. Having spent a week there in high school, he saw firsthand the incredible care and support the hospital provides. That experience inspired him to give back, ensuring other children receive the same comfort and encouragement he once did. Will embodies what it truly means to be a Hawkeye: determined, compassionate, and committed to making a difference. We are proud of the leader he has become, and I can't think of anyone more deserving this honor. Congratulations, Will. Mr. Speaker, I want to wish my brother Fred a very happy birthday. Happy birthday, Fred. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Lord, you know those who are your own. On this day, as we grieve the loss of our brother, Representative Sylvester Turner, remind us that you wrote all of his days before the first one came to be. And in your providence, you allowed our lives' journeys to share the path of his own for a time, that we would be graced by his generous spirit, his affable presence, his devotion to you and to the work you set before him. Guide him now, your good and faithful servant, to the springs of the water of life, that he may feast at the banquet you have spread before him, seated at table with all the saints. Wipe every tear from our eyes, and grant us the peace in knowing that the gift of Congressman Sylvester Turner's memory will be both a blessing and an inspiration to us as we seek to glorify you as he did in the living of these days. In your eternal name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize essential legislation that supports our nation's veterans. We must ensure that our veterans are cared for and have the resources they need to thrive so no veteran is left behind. Currently, too many of our veterans struggle with the difficulties of transitioning back into civilian life, and far too many continue to face homelessness or housing instability. The Department of Veterans Affairs created the Grant and Per Diem program to help address this issue. Unfortunately, the application process for GPD grants is complex and burdensome, often discouraging participation from groups that can make a real difference. To correct these inefficiencies, I'm introducing the bipartisan Simplifying Veterans Assistance Act, which requires the VA to provide clear guidance and best practices for organizations applying for GPD grants. By simplifying the GPD application process and enhancing communication between the VA and community organizations, we ensure that those dedicated to serving our veterans have the necessary tools and resources to combat veteran homelessness effectively. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what
I ask
purpose?
unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House is soon going to vote on some legislation that guts Medicaid, and it slashes health care for veterans. It cuts funding from important infrastructure projects and takes food away from families struggling to survive. We have a choice. We can invest in the people we serve, or we can let Republicans burn it down. I'm fighting for $2 million to help our Dallas police officers tackle violent crime, gangs, and drug trafficking. I'm working to secure over $1 million to upgrade security at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport because keeping Americans safe should not be up for debate. We can fund these programs, but instead of trying to make government work, Republicans are doing everything they can to break it, stripping it away services that millions of people rely on. I will not vote for a bill that carries out Trump's mission to dismantle our government. I will not vote for a bill that takes health care, food, and security from the people who need it most, especially as they work to line the pockets of Trump and his friends on the back of hardworking Americans. To my colleagues, do what's right, vote no on this bill, and stand up for the people who sent us here. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor a true American hero, Lieutenant Commander Paul John Paul Seprin, a retired officer in the United States Navy, as we celebrate his upcoming 100th birthday and service to our country. Paul joined the Navy as a seaman recruit in 1943. He rose through the ranks to become a lieutenant commander over a distinguished 30-year career. He served on 13 Navy vessels, including the USS Tyrant during World War II, where his crew was awarded the Presidential Unit Citation. He is the last surviving member of that crew. Beyond his wartime service, his greatest legacy is his family. His wife, Louise, a fellow Navy veteran, and their 5 children, 2 of which served in uniform. Now retired in my hometown of Melbourne, Florida, Paul remains a proud patriot whose century of life has been dedicated to the service of our country and his family. Today we honor Lieutenant Colonel Sir Pretent. Our nation salutes you. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to highlight the Promoting Precision Agriculture Act, legislation I introduced with the gentleman from Kansas, Tracy Mann. Agriculture is our top industry in North Carolina. The bill would establish a partnership between the federal government and the private sector to create voluntary interconnectivity standards and prioritize the cybersecurity needs for precision agriculture technologies. Precision agriculture includes robotics, sensors, monitors, drones to help growers increase efficiency, potentially boosting crop yields while lowering costs for fuel, fertilizer, and other inputs. It helps our farmers to be successful, profitable, and productive. We must ensure our growers have access to the cutting-edge precision agriculture technologies and broadband services necessary to do what they do best, and that's feed, fuel, and clothe the American people. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 11, a joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management relating to protection of marine archaeological resources.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 495.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 495, a bill to require annual reports on counter-illicit cross-border tunnel operations and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Carrillo, will each control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 495.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today for H.R. 495, the Subterranean Border Defense Act. The collective failure of the last administration and its refusal to secure our borders allowed transnational criminal organizations to go unchecked in their efforts to infiltrate the United States. Illicit tunnel pathways into our country have only made it easier for criminals to bring their illegal businesses into the homeland, from human trafficking to drug smuggling, deadly fentanyl, and other drugs that are being funneled from nations afar, including Communist China. Formerly President Trump, Border Czar Homan, and fortunately, President Trump, Border Czar Homan, and Secretary Noem have arrived to set the situation right. H.R. 495 will require DHS to provide annual reports on its efforts to counter illicit tunnel operations at our borders. I commend my colleague from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for his leadership on this effort, and I urge strong support for the measure. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in strong support of H.R. 495 because we need more oversight and information on the threat of tunnels going under our border. It's a fact that tunnels, clandestine tunnels under our borders, have been an issue for not years but decades. And it's time we take action. It's time that Congress be informed of our progress to prevent such tunnels from happening. That's why I support H.R. 495. Tunnels are used by transnational criminal organizations looking to make a profit at the expense of our taxpayers. Over the last 30 years, cartels have created illegal and sophisticated tunnels under our border walls to smuggle drugs into our country and as well as money and weapons out of our country. And this bill creates an annual reporting requirement to keep Congress informed on the Department of Homeland Security's efforts to counter illicit cross-border tunnels and hold the bad actors accountable. This information will help us, Congress, address the issue at the border and let us, as members of Congress, better respond to the challenges. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Arizona, the author of this H.R., Mr. Crane.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in favor of my bill, the Subterranean Border Defense Act, a bipartisan piece of border security legislation that I've introduced alongside Congressman Correa from California. Effective border security is created by overlapping deterrence, something we always need at our borders. The Subterranean Border Defense Act would help us address the growing threat of illicit cross-border tunnels by requiring annual reports to Congress on counter-tunneling operations, fortifying our security system at the border. Put simply, this would help ensure that Congress has the necessary data to forge another much-needed layer of defense. As transnational criminal organizations continue to grow in both size and sophistication, illicit cross-border tunnels along the southwest border of the United States represent a significant and growing threat to national security. Congress must address this deadly threat and ensure U.S. Customs and Border Protection has the resources needed to acquire counter-tunnel technology. Since 1990, officials have discovered more than 140 tunnels that have breached the U.S. border, with an 80% increase in tunnel activity occurring since 2008. Over the years, CBP has worked to combat these tunnels as part of their overall strategy. In fact, the United States conducts research, development, and test activities with Israel, who must contend with a vast network of Hamas tunnel originating in the Gaza Strip. This partnership helps us to detect and destroy tunnels in our respective countries. The FY23 NDAA mandated that CBP submit a one-time report to Congress on a strategic plan for counter-illicit cross-border tunnel operations. This singular report has since led Congress to conduct critical oversight and has enabled CBP to formalize many of the processes, technologies, and resources needed to counteract illicit tunnels under the U.S.-Mexico border. My bill would expand on this success by mandating a report every year going forward to ensure Congress has sufficient knowledge and oversight regarding this dynamic threat. With border crossings thankfully going down since January, I think it's safe to assume this will drive threats at our border underground through these tunnels. I thank Mr. Correa for co-leading with me, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation for a secure southern border. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. Mr. Speaker, I believe this bill is an important step in the right direction. Receiving information from the Department of Homeland Security on an annual basis will improve Congress's efforts to counter illicit cross-border tunnels and hold bad actors accountable. I support this bipartisan piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I again thank both my colleagues, Mr. Correa and Mr. Crane, for putting this together. I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from California closes.
Gentleman is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time, and I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 495, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The House will suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 495. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed and without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 706.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 706, a bill to improve the biodetection functions of the Department of Homeland Security and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 706.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 706, the DHS Biodetection Improvement Act. Amidst the vast and evolving threat landscape we face today, our vigilance against biological weapons must remain strong. This bill will direct DHS to address the shortcomings it has faced in acquiring technologies for biodefense. I thank Mr. Strong of Alabama for his work on this legislation, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I might consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of Representative Strong's bill, H.R. 706, the DHS Biodetection Improvement Act. This legislation is essential in advancing the Department of Homeland Security's efforts to protect Americans from emerging biological threats. Specifically, It seeks to enhance biodetection capabilities within DHS by requiring the Secretary to assess how the department can leverage the research and development of the Department of Energy's national laboratories. Biotechnology threats, including deadly pathogens and bioterrorist agents, represent a constant and emerging danger to the public health and security of our nation. However, the BioWatch program, which has been the cornerstone of our biodetection efforts, is now outdated. H.R. 706 takes a crucial step forward by requiring DHS to assess how the Department of Energy's national laboratories can play an even greater role in improving our biodetection capabilities. These labs are equipped with cutting-edge research and development capabilities that can help modernize our detection system. The national labs have the expertise and technologies necessary to enhance DHS's ability to detect, identify, and respond to biological threats much more effectively. Accessing this valuable research will enable DHS to modernize its biodetection tools and systems. The bill also directs DHS to establish specific programs and technical requirements essential for advancing biodetection efforts, including vital research and development. Furthermore, the bill requires Homeland Security to submit to Congress a strategy for regular external evaluations to identify capability gaps and purpose contingency plans if biodetection technologies fall short. As security threats continue to evolve, it's important that Congress support improvements in biodetection capabilities. With that, I encourage my colleagues to support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, the author of the legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Green, for your support, as well as my colleagues who joined me in introducing this legislation, H.R. 706, the DHS Biodetection Improvement Act. The anthrax attacks of 2001 opened our eyes to a new dimension of national security risk, including the possibilities of bioterrorism. In response to this tragic event, the Department of Homeland Security launched the BioWatch program, a monitoring system that collects and tests air samples for biological agents likely to be used in a bioterrorism act. This program has played an essential role in keeping us safe, providing valuable data on potential biological threats. We must do everything we can to ensure that the tools we rely on remain as advanced and effective as possible, providing us with fast, accurate, and reliable data. Unfortunately, DHS has faced continuous challenges in acquiring capabilities to replace BioWatch. And while DHS has the authority to utilize the Department of Energy's National Lab to identify and develop new technologies related to biodefense, they have yet to take advantage of these resources. My legislation will advance America's bioweapon defense posture by directing the Secretary of Homeland Security to conduct an assessment of how, if at all, DHS has utilized this resource to address Homeland Security's needs. It also directs DHS to submit a strategy for how the agency will coordinate with DOE to address biodetection research and development moving forward. And to ensure accountability, H.R. 706 requires DHS to report to Congress on the assessment and strategy no later than 1 year after the date of enactment. As a first responder, I know there is more work to be done to harden our defense against bioterrorism, and this legislation will ensure that DHS is utilizing all available resources and tools to do just that. In the 118th Congress, I was proud to have the support of my colleagues in passing this legislation in the House. I urge my colleagues to join me once again in supporting this common sense bill to ensure the security of our communities against biological threats. With that, I yield back.
Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
While DHS has made tremendous efforts to enhance its biodetection capabilities, we still have a long way to go. And that's why it's important to pass this legislation, H.R. 706, which will foster innovation in biodetection and ultimately strengthen our ability to protect our communities from biological threats. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time, and I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 706. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 706? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 862.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 862, a bill to reduce commuting burdens on Transportation Security Administration employees and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, a gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 862. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consent.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 862, the TSA Commuting Fairness Act. TSA often struggles to adequately employ enough personnel, and given the high cost of housing near airports, travel time to and from work may be an inhibitor for current and future employees. This bill would require the TSA administrator to conduct a feasibility study to address this issue. I appreciate the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy's work on this bill, and I reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, myself, such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the ability of the TSA, or Transportation Security Administration, to recruit and retain highly skilled, well-trained workforce is critical to our national security. Since the agency was created in the aftermath of 9/11, TSA has helped prevent terrorist attacks against U.S. aircraft from happening. The job of TSA employees is difficult from the transportation security officer's perspective, who screen millions of passengers a day, to federal air marshals providing in-flight security, to canine handlers, inspectors, cybersecurity experts, all helping to secure our air transportation system. In recent weeks, life has only become harder for this workforce, as probationary employees have been fired and TSO collective bargaining rights have also come under attack. But thankfully, we have the opportunity today, Mr. Speaker, to make life a bit easier for the hardworking civil servants of TSA. The TSA Commuting Fairness Act, offered by my colleagues from New York, Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Gabardino, would require TSA to study the possibility of allowing employees shift to start upon arrival at the airport parking lot and bus and transit stops. These employees often face long commutes to get to the airport from the parking lot, and then must travel long distances from the airport parking lots and transit stops to get to the TSA checkpoints. But letting employees clock in using cell phones and location data would help alleviate the stress caused by irregular shuttles and the traffic that's very unpredictable around the airports. This is a sensible bill, Mr. Speaker, that would address important quality of life concerns for a very critical workforce and ultimately our national security when it comes to commercial airline security. And I want to thank my colleagues for working in a bipartisan fashion to advance this measure, and I'm glad to support it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, the offer of this measure.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 862, the TSA Commuting Fairness Act. Year after year, through holiday seasons and spring breaks, air travel continues to break records. These numbers are at an all-time high and are expected to increase this upcoming spring. The Transportation Security Administration, or TSA, reported over 3 million travelers on the Sunday after Thanksgiving in 2024, with the 10 busiest days in TSA's history occurring last year. Each day, we depend on hardworking TSA employees to keep our skies safe. Transportation security officers, or TSOs, inspect travelers as they move through checkpoints. Federal air marshals ensure in-flight security, and K-9 handlers enhance the system's security. However, TSA employees face unique challenges when commuting to work. Many employees find that housing they can afford is far from airports, lending to long commutes with limited public transit options and heavy traffic. Airport employees often begin their workday by parking or being dropped off in a designated parking lot, where they must then wait for inconsistent shuttle service to reach the terminal. From there, they may face a lengthy trek to the security checkpoint, where they officially then clock in for work. According to the Government Accountability Office, TSOs have reported that just getting from the parking lot to the checkpoint to clock in for work can take as long as 45 minutes to an hour at some airports. My bill, the TSA Commuting Fairness Act, will help improve conditions for these civil servants by directing TSA to conduct a feasibility study on using mobile location data to allow employees to clock in for work upon arrival at the airport transit stops instead of when they reach that security checkpoint. Doing so will help reduce commuting costs and improve the quality of life for TSA employees, while allowing agency leadership to manage the workforce appropriately. This study will also provide important insight for TSA and Congress as we collectively seek innovative ways to recruit and retain top talent to help secure our transportation systems. My bill will help us build the workforce we need to address evolving threats and keep air travel trusted and secure. Now more than ever, it's critical that we advance policies like the TSA Commuting Fairness Act to make it a clear impression that we value the critical work of our transportation security workers. I want to thank Congressman Garbarino and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for working with me to develop this legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close after the gentleman from California closes.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, given the recent attacks against our federal workers, we must seek innovative ways to compete for the top talent. This bill would require a feasibility study to improve the quality of life for the TSA workforce, while ensuring that TSA leadership retains the ability to manage the workforce appropriately and maintain security standards. I urge all members of Congress to support this measure. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time, yield myself the balance of my time, and I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 862, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 862? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 708.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 708, a bill to establish in the Department of Homeland Security a working group relating to countering terrorist, cybersecurity, border and port security, and transportation security threats posed to the United States by the Chinese Communist Party and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous Material on H.R. 708.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 708, the Shield Against the CCP Act. The Chinese Communist Party continues to increasingly threaten the security of our homeland. We must begin to come up with serious solutions to this serious problem, and this bill is an important start. This bill would require that DHS establish a working group to take the important step of appropriately addressing and countering these threats. I commend my colleague, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, for his important work on this measure and on this subject. We must alter our posture to appropriately address the threat posed by the CCP to our homeland. This is not optional. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself at such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I think we all agree that the United States, our main competitor, is China and the Chinese Communist Party, who are intent on tilting the global playing field to their benefit, undermining our national standing. To do this, China is expanding its covert influence, seeking to turn public opinion and effective policies that are more favorable to China and against the United States. Additionally, the CCP seeks to exploit American openness to steal economic secrets and undermine our national security. This bill will require the Department of Homeland Security to establish a working group to coordinate its efforts to address the threats posed to the Homeland Security by the Chinese Communist Party. The working group will include examining the threats posed by the CCP, identifying ongoing department efforts to address those threats, identify any gaps in such efforts, and then facilitate coordination across DHS to holistically address the threats from the CCP. This bill will help ensure the DHS implements a coordinated and effective response to the Chinese Communist Party's efforts to undermine the United States. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Alabama and the author of this legislation, Mr. Strong.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my legislation, H.R. 708, the Shield Against CCP Act. I want to first thank Chairman Green and each of the members who have joined me in introducing this bill. There's no question that the Chinese Communist Party poses a clear and present threat to both the security and democracy of the United States of America. As detailed in DHS 2025 Homeland Threat Assessment, the Chinese government possesses a wide array of dangers to our nation. These threats span across various sectors, including public safety, border, immigration, critical infrastructure, and economic security. Threats of this nature undermine the global competitiveness and national security, and in some cases imposes a significant financial burden on our economy. It is absolutely essential that the Department of Homeland Security takes decisive action to address these complex threats, both at home and abroad. This is why I have reintroduced H.R. 708, the Shield Against CCP Act. This legislation requires DHS to establish a dedicated working group focused on countering the threats posed by the CCP to our homeland security. Specifically, it requires them to examine, assess, and report on DHS effort to address these threats. To ensure accountability, my bill also mandates that the DHS provide an annual report to Congress, allowing us to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of their efforts. As a member of Congress, it is our solemn duty to ensure the safety and well-being of our great nation. We cannot afford to ignore the increased aggression and influence of China on the global stage. In the 118th Congress, I was honored to have the backing of my colleagues in advancing this legislation through the House. I now urge all members to join me once again in supporting the Shield Against CCP Act to protect our national security and safeguard our interests. With this, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from California closes.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank our Representative Strong for sponsoring this legislation. But I must acknowledge that over the past few weeks, the Trump administration has taken several alarming actions that work to counter the work we are trying to do today with this legislation. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge the Trump administration to work with Congress and not against Congress's efforts to strengthen America's ability to compete with China, like this bill that aims to do exactly that. And I urge all members to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized. Gentleman yield the balance of his time.
Yield.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 708? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 901.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 901, a bill to require the Undersecretary of the Science and Technology Directorate of the Department of Homeland Security to develop a department-wide policy and process to safeguard research and development from unauthorized access to or disclosure of sensitive information in research and development acquisitions and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 901.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise today in support of H.R. 901, the Research Security and Accountability and DHS Act. The Science and Technology Directorate is the principal of research and development for DHS. In 2022, the DHS Office of Inspector General found that S&T failed to safeguard sensitive information in research and development projects. This bill requires S&T to develop a proper standard for safeguarding sensitive information, which has become especially critical given the heightened activity of our adversaries. This bill, carried by former Representative Anthony D'Esposito, passed the House last Congress, and I thank the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, for his attention to this issue this Congress. With this, I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Mr. Speaker, I yield myself at such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 901, the Research Security and Accountability Act in the DHS Act. This bill seeks to enhance security measures by directing the Department of Homeland Security's Science Technology Directorate to establish a comprehensive policy and process to protect research and development activities from unauthorized access or disclosure of sensitive information. Additionally, this bill will task the Government Accountability Act to assess DHS's adherence to the National Science and Technologies Council 2022 implementation guidance and a 2021 National Security Presidential Memorandum focused on safeguarding U.S. research from foreign interference. This bill also requires the Secretary of Homeland Security to provide Congress with a briefing on its implementation. Time and time again, we've seen bad actors attempt to exploit our sensitive information, and this measure strengthens DHS's ability to prevent such threats and protects our national security. This bill is a critical step to ensuring DHS upholds strong policies and procedures to secure our research and our development efforts. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 901, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 901, the Research, Security, and Accountability in DHS Act. I understand how important new technologies are in saving lives and protecting the American homeland as threats and challenges evolve. Whether the Department of Homeland Security is working to prevent a terrorist act inhibiting drug traffic at the southwest border, or responding to a life-threatening natural disaster, DHS relies heavily on research and development projects to enhance its operational effectiveness. The critical role that R&D projects and new technology play in helping protect our homeland cannot be understated, but it is no secret that the federal R&D projects are a target for foreign theft, espionage, and influence. It is our responsibility to safeguard them from malicious actors and prevent the unauthorized access to or disclosure of sensitive information. This is why I reintroduced H.R. 901, the Research, Security, and Accountability in DHS Act. This legislation requires the Science and Technology Directorate to develop a process that safeguards sensitive information in R&D projects across all components of the department. Both the Trump and Biden administration have made federal research security a priority by issuing executive orders and federal research security guidance for government agencies like DHS to follow. Despite this, S&T has not demonstrated how it will protect its $461 million worth of R&D projects from unauthorized access. Every tax dollar spent on R&D to improve our national security should be safeguarded from foreign and domestic bad actors who seek to do us harm. This is why H.R. 901 also requires GAO to submit a report on how DHS has complied with existing federal guidance to safeguard these R&D projects. I want to thank Chairman Green and all the members who have supported this legislation. By passing this common sense bill and protecting sensitive R&D projects throughout the department, we will improve the effectiveness of DHS mission, the safety of our nation's law enforcers, and ultimately our national security. I urge all members to join me in supporting this vital piece of legislation to better safeguard DHS and the American people. With this, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no other speakers and am prepared to close after the gentleman from California closes.
Gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the passage of this legislation is a key step in protecting DHS's research and development capabilities from bad actors. With that, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 901, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time, and I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 901. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 901? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
Request the yeas and nays.
In the opinion of Chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purposes, gentlemen, request recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 993.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 993, a bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to develop a plan to identify, integrate, and deploy new innovative, disruptive, or other emerging or advanced technologies to enhance or address capability gaps in border security operations and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 993.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in support of H.R. 993, the Emerging Innovative Border Technologies Act. As the tactics of the cartel evolve, we must ensure that our frontline Border Patrol personnel are equipped with the proper technologies to be prepared. This bill would position Congress to better equip frontline personnel with the tools and resources necessary to aid President Trump in his mission to secure and protect the United States border. I thank the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for his work on this matter. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased that we are here today to consider my legislation, H.R. 993, the Emerging Innovative Border Technologies Act. With this legislation, the House has the opportunity to improve the Department of Homeland Security's ability to quickly acquire and deploy new and innovative technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning to enhance our border security. With more innovative technology, we can improve CBP's targeting and our detection capabilities, which will help officers find and stop more illegal drugs like fentanyl before they reach our communities and harm our communities and children. My bill requires the Secretary of Homeland Security to create a plan to address capability gaps and integrating innovative technologies into our border security operations. This bill requires DHS to think strategically about opportunities to work with the private sector and others developing and implementing our latest technologies. This bill also authorizes CBP's innovation team to work with frontline agents and officers to develop pilot programs that help them do their job in keeping America safe. Their work is another great example of why federal workers are so important to making our country safe and prosperous. The innovation team finds and tests new commercial technologies and collaborates with companies to adapt them for use along our border. These federal employees also help companies and CBP navigate procurement and other processes that we need to move these technologies as quickly as possible to the front lines. New technologies don't just help with catching drugs. These technologies also help detect victims of human trafficking or immigrants in need of a rescue. These technologies can also help Border Patrol agents communicate reliably in remote areas. When an agent gets ill or injured or runs across an injured individual, the ability to communicate quickly and effectively can mean the difference between life and death. Advanced technologies will also help prevent long lines and delays at our ports of entry. And of course, strengthening our supply chains and reducing travel delays will also be helped. I'm a long-time resident of Southern California, Mr. Speaker. I've been at the border many times. I know what long waits are all about. These long lines, these waits, hurt our businesses. For example, produce will spoil in trucks rather than reaching our grocery stores. In fact, delays at our ports of entry between California and Mexico cost our economy an estimated $3.4 billion in economic output and an estimated 88,000 jobs. Besides this tremendous cost, no one likes to wait in line at airports. I represent Disneyland, and I know many tourists from across the world want to come and hang out with Mickey and Minnie, and they don't want to wait to spend those tourist dollars in my district. While we need more manpower at our ports of entry, technologies will help get people and goods across our borders quickly and safely. This bill is just one of many solutions we need to fix the border. I want to thank Congressman Luttrell and his team for working with us on this legislation. And I look forward to getting together on a variety of bills that this Congress has to offer to show the American people that we can work across the aisle to keep them safe and our economy moving forward. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close after the gentleman from California closes.
The gentleman from Tennessee has the only time remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time and again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 993, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 993? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1166.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1166, a bill to prohibit the Secretary of Homeland Security from procuring certain foreign-made batteries and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1166.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1166, the Decoupling from Foreign Adversarial Battery Dependence Act. Our world continues to be incredibly reliant on battery technology. Currently, the People's Republic of China produces the vast majority of the world's batteries. Dependence on batteries that are largely manufactured in an adversarial nation presents a serious risk to national security. H.R. 1166 will prohibit DHS from procuring battery technology from companies with known ties to the Chinese Communist Party. I commend my colleague from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, for his strong work to address this issue. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
My fellow Democrats and I strongly support the intent of this bill, which is to confront our global adversaries and build up an industrial manufacturing base here at home in the United States. We can't give the Communist Party of China any opportunity to undermine our homeland security. And I support this goal of this legislation to prohibit DHS from buying batteries from certain Chinese companies. And because of a Democratic amendment to this bill in the last Congress, this prohibition was expanded to include any companies using Uyghur forced labor or companies identified by the Secretary of Defense as Chinese military companies, and those companies engaged in activities contrary to U.S. national security or foreign policy interests against the United States, according to the Department of Commerce. This bill also includes Democratic language requiring DHS to produce a report on the potential impacts and the costs associated with carrying out the intent of this legislation before it becomes effective. That report will help DHS and Congress manage any unanticipated negative consequences of this legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1166, the Decoupling from Foreign Adversarial Battery Dependence Act. As Communist China seeks to gain influence in critical industries around the world, the United States must be at the forefront of combating and decoupling from the CCP. This includes battery technology. As we become more and more dependent on battery technology, we need to ensure that these batteries are sourced from non-adversarial countries. As it stands, Communist China produces approximately 80% of the world's batteries and roughly 70% of the world's lithium-ion batteries. This dependence puts U.S. supply chains at risk and threatens our national security. Our government should not be spending tax dollars to produce batteries, to procure batteries from companies that profit from slave labor or provide another avenue for the CCP to expand their surveillance apparatus here in the United States. As an agency tasked with protecting the homeland, the Department of Homeland Security should not be procuring batteries from a geopolitical adversary. H.R. 1166, the Decoupling from Foreign Adversarial Battery Dependence Act, is a critical first step in addressing this issue. Modeled after previous provisions included in the FY 2024 NDAA, my legislation builds off these efforts and prohibits the Department of Homeland Security from procuring batteries from companies that have deep ties to the CCP and engage in human rights abuses. H.R. 1166 helps our nation take a step forward in advancing our efforts to decouple from the PRC and safeguard critical supply chains from exploitation. I am proud that this bill passed out of Committee on Homeland Security in a bipartisan manner last Congress and passed on the House floor. I look forward to seeing it pass in the 119th Congress and it become law. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Before I close, Mr. Speaker, I will note that the last Congress, the Senate made further improvements to this measure, not reflected in this bill today. I support advancing H.R. 1166 today so that the Senate can continue to work on this measure. And I also want to thank Mr. Jimenez for this legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1166, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1166? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1692.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1692, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to enable secure and trustworthy technology through other transaction contracting authority and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1692.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 1692, the PATHS Act, DHS, Other Transaction Agreement, or OTA authority is an incredibly important tool in the Department's limited arsenal of mechanisms to acquire innovative new research and prototypes. This bill reauthorizes the Department's OTA authority and also includes some common sense transparency reforms to DHS's use of OTAs. I thank my colleague, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest, for his work on this measure. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 1692 would once again allow the Department of Homeland Security to use Other Transaction Authority, or OTA, for 3 years. Despite the efforts here in the House and the Senate, Democrats, DHS lost its OTA authority last year because one senator allowed it to lapse. OTA was a vital tool that enabled DHS to work with non-traditional government contractors to more quickly attain cutting-edge emerging technologies that addressed evolving threats. Since September 2024, the lapse in OTA, 15 projects have been disrupted, including ones relating to identifying fraudulent documents, improving passenger screening, and enhancing disaster response. Furthermore, 26 projects with approximately $20 million invested in them, taxpayer-invested money, are at the risk of being terminated by OTA at this time. These projects include projects such as border security, cybersecurity, counter-narcotic security, and a few others. The expiration of DHS's Other Transaction Authority essentially will mean inefficiency, waste, things that will impede the department's ability to develop solutions to keep our homeland, safe. It's past time, Mr. Speaker, to advance this legislation and bring back DHS's ability to develop novel homeland security technologies. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House a message in writing.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
As much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Mississippi. The author of this legislation, Mr. Guest.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1692, the Producing Advanced Technologies for Homeland Security Act, which I am proud to have introduced along with Congressman Sheree Thanedar. The Department of Homeland Security has a constantly evolving mission, and to meet those threats, the Department was previously granted the authority to enter into other transactional agreements, commonly known as OTAs. These legally binding agreements allowed the Department to engage with non-traditional contractors that would not normally do business with the federal government. This includes small business innovators, public universities, and other cutting-edge technological incubators that help meet the research and development needs of the Department of Homeland Security. These entities have produced technology that serves as a force multiplier to our Border Patrol agents and include technology that assists agents in cargo and vehicle screening that can detect illegal substances attempting to be smuggled into the United States. The applicability and usefulness of this authority has been demonstrated recently in my home state of Mississippi, as the University of Southern Mississippi played a leading role in developing sensors for unmanned vehicles for use by both DHS and the United States Coast Guard. Unfortunately, this was allowed to expire on September the 30th, 2024. My bill would reauthorize and extend the program's OTA authority by 3 years to 2028, while also providing additional safeguards for the American taxpayer. The bill would also require advance notification to Congress should the authority be used in advancement of artificial intelligence technology. Given the rapid advancement in AI, it is critical that Congress remain informed and aware of how federal agencies are utilizing AI to advance their mission. To ensure greater transparency, the safeguards in this bill would require DHS to report on its website any contract in excess of $1 million, reducing the amount that was previously required to be reported from $4 million to $1 million. As we look to prevent waste, fraud, and abuse, this legislation has increased transparency requirements to ensure maximum accountability to the American people. Again, I would like to thank Dr. Thanedar for his work on this important legislation, and I appreciate Chairman Green and the committee staff for their work on this issue. I urge all members to support H.R. 1692, and with that, I would yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank Representatives Michael Guest and Sri Thanedar for sponsoring this legislation, and I urge all members to restore other transaction authority to the Department of Homeland Security. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1692, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1692? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1374.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1374, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to make improvements to the Securing the Cities program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous materials on H.R. 1374.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 1374, the Securing the City's Improvement Act. Since the inception of DHS's Securing the City's program, uncertainty about standards to qualify as high-risk area and metrics necessary to remain in the program once admitted have been unclear. This bill will direct DHS to establish appropriate performance metrics and milestones. I thank Mr. Carter of Louisiana for his work on this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased that we are here today to consider Representative Carter's bill, H.R. 1374, the Securing the City's Improvement Act, or STC. This bill is essential for enhancing city security against nuclear and radiological threats. The STC program was created by the Department of Homeland Security in 2007. It began as a pilot program in high-risk cities to detect nuclear and radiological threats. Since then, it has expanded to include additional cities, offering equipment training, technological support, and program guidance. The program supports major events by ensuring cities are prepared for potential threats. However, its reliance on annual Urban Area Security Initiative, or UASI, designation creates uncertainty for local governments, as the designation of high-risk areas can change and usually does. This bill aims to improve the program's stability and strengthen partnerships with at-risk cities by allowing the Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction Office to select STC cities based on their preparedness, capabilities, rather than WASI designations. The bill, Mr. Speaker, also establishes performance matrix, enhanced oversight expenditures, and requires DHS to report to Congress on the program participation and any further changes. I applaud Representative Carter's leadership on this measure, and I encourage my colleagues to support H.R. 1374. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared. Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, the author of this legislation.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Representative Correa, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, the Securing Cities Improvement Act, a critical piece of legislation designed to help us build and maintain our nation's security capabilities. Specifically, this bill will provide participating cities with more reliable guidance and support from the Department of Homeland Security's Securing Cities program, which seeks to reduce the risk of terrorist attacks in high-risk urban areas like my hometown of New Orleans. I want to specifically thank Ranking Member Benny Thompson and Congressman Clay Higgins for their support in co-sponsoring this bill. I'd like to also thank Lou Correa for managing the bill today and Chairman Green for his leadership, as well as the Homeland Security staff, especially Lauren McCall, who has tirelessly led us through this effort. The need for this legislation has been tragically underscored by the recent terrorist attacks in the city of New Orleans on New Year's Day, which claimed 15 lives and left dozens of others injured. In the early hours of New Year's Day, a 42-year-old U.S. citizen from Texas drove a rented F-4150 pickup truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street in the French Quarter neighborhood during the city's New Year's celebration. After crashing, he exited the vehicle and engaged in a shootout with law enforcement before being fatally shot by courageous New Orleans police officers who rushed to the scene, putting themselves in harm's way to protect
our citizens, visitors, and guests. Prior to the pickup truck's attack, the terrorists planted 2 improvised explosive devices, or IEDs, concealed within coolers at separate locations along crowded Bourbon Street. These rudimentary pipe bombs were filled with shrapnel material, such as nails, screws, and tacks, and were designed for remote detonation using a wireless device found in his vehicle. Luckily, he was not able to detonate these bombs and cause any further carnage. An ISIS flag was found in the truck, and the FBI confirmed that ISIS had not coordinated with the attacker, but in fact had inspired him. This heinous, sick, cowardice act not only shattered the lives of victims and their families, but also exposed vulnerabilities in our urban security infrastructure. While the New Orleans attack did not involve radiological or nuclear materials, it serves as a grim reminder of the evolving tactics of terrorists and the potential for more catastrophic methods used. It also underscores why continued security investments in New Orleans and other highly targeted cities with programs like Secure the Cities is so crucial. The Department of Homeland Security launched the Securing the Cities initiative in 2007 as a pilot program to assist the New York City metro area in detecting and preventing nuclear or radiological threats. The program has since expanded and currently provides 14 municipal governments nationwide, including the City of New Orleans, with detection equipment, training, exercise and expertise of support, operational and technical expertise. The programmatic assistance makes a huge difference. However, the program's participation criteria has caused uncertainty and inconsistencies for cities that rely on its support. Eligibility for the program is currently restricted to high-risk urban areas, as determined by FEMA under the Urban Area Security Initiative program, under which the composition of jurisdictions can vary from year to year. This eligibility criteria led to some jurisdictions being funded and supported by Securing the Cities program, but not the next. The inconsistency has caused great harm. This bill clears up the eligibility criteria from the program so that it can be a steady, reliable source of support for cities. It removes the statutory requirements restricting participation in the program areas be designated by FEMA. Instead, it requires Homeland Security Office of Countering Weapons and Mass Destruction to decide which cities to partner with for the program based on the jurisdiction's capability and capacity to prepare and respond to terrorist attacks and high-consequence events. This legislation also sets performance matrix and goals for the Department of Homeland Security to report back to Congress. Through these changes, the Security of the Cities Improvement Act offers a more targeted and effective approach to national security preparedness and response. It ensures that our cities that need support are reliably equipped with the advanced detection technologies and will have the infrastructure and training to utilize them ready at hand. Last, Congress, this bill will pass the House and the Senate, Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, and I hope it will be signed into law this Congress. Passing this legislation is a proactive step towards safeguarding our citizens from the unimaginable by enhancing our detection and response capabilities. We deter adversaries from contemplating radiological or nuclear attacks and reassure the public that our commitment to their safety is sound, real, and committed. In the memory of the lives lost in New Orleans and in recognition of the ever-present and evolving threats, I urge my colleagues to support the Securing the Cities Improvement Act. Let's honor the victims by taking decisive action to protect our nation from future atrocities and future cowardice acts, we are America. We stand firm in our protection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 1374, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Mr. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
No more speakers and prepared to close after the gentleman from California closes.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me start by thanking Mr. Carter for H.R. 1374. This legislation will play a critical role in ensuring that our local jurisdictions maintain the ability to detect and respond to chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats. Without initiatives like this legislation, or STC, efforts to combat these dangers could be significantly hindered or even discontinued, putting the safety and security of our communities, of our taxpayers, of our citizens at risk. Passage of this legislation is very essential to preserving our national readiness and to strengthen security against emerging threats and those who would do us harm. I strongly encourage my colleagues to support H.R. 1374, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1374, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1374? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to consider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States. Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to Iran that was declared on March 15, 1995, is to continue in effect beyond March 15, 2025. The actions and policies of the government of Iran continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 12957 with respect to Iran and to maintain and enforce comprehensive sanctions against Iran to respond to this threat. Signed, Donald J. Trump, the White House, March 7, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today. Thank you.
House will be in order. What? Chair lays before the House a communication. You going to read the whole thing? God bless you.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on March 6, 2025 at 4:42 p.m. that the Senate passed Senate 524, Senate Joint Resolution 3, Senate Joint Resolution 28, that the Senate agreed to relative to the death of the Honorable David Lyle Boren, former United States Senator from the state of Oklahoma, Senate Resolution 115. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 495, H.R. 901, and H.R. 993. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5 minutes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, to suspend and pass H.R. 495, in which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 495, a bill to require annual reports on counter-illicit cross-border tunnel operations and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
Yeas are 402, the nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 901, on which the yeas or nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 901, a bill to require the Undersecretary of Science and Technology, Directorate of the Department of Homeland Security, to develop a department-wide policy and process to safeguard research and development from unauthorized access to or disclosure of sensitive information and research and development acquisitions and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 410, the nays 1. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 993, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 993, a bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to develop a plan to identify, integrate, and deploy new, innovative, disruptive, or other emerging or advanced technologies to enhance or address capability gaps in border security operations and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 406, the nays are 9. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on House Administration be discharged from further consideration of HCON Res 17 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 17, concurrent resolution authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center for a ceremony as part of the commemoration of the Days of Remembrance of the victims of the Holocaust.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Order. Members to please take their conversations off the floor so that we can begin the 1-minute speeches that are scheduled. The House will come to order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. Just a moment. Members of the House will come to order. The gentleman from California has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my Chief of Staff, James Min. He will be departing Capitol Hill. James and I met as congressional interns, and over the years, he has become a close friend, mentor, and trusted advisor. On the Hill, since 1999, James has held the title of Chief of Staff for over 20 years, serving as Chief of Staff to Ways and Means Chairman Bill Thomas, to Speaker Kevin McCarthy, as the Majority Whip, the Majority Leader, the Republican Leader, and Speaker, and became my Chief of Staff last year when I was elected. James has not only dedicated his career to advising some of our top lawmakers, but also devoted countless hours to mentoring the next generation of congressional staffers and public servants. James, thank you for your constant support and loyalty. You helped develop and implement policies that made our country stronger. Words cannot describe the positive impact you have had on so many of us, and I'm blessed to call you my friend. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
No judge. Usually, federal courthouses are named after judges, but history and the law are not just shaped by the judges that make the decisions. They are molded by the people who have the courage to challenge unjust laws. In 1946, Felicitas and Gonzalo Mendez joined with the Guzman, Palomino, and Estrada families to challenge segregation in California public schools and won, leading California to officially ban school segregation. My bill was signed earlier this year, was signed into law to name the Los Angeles Federal Courthouse in downtown LA in honor of Felicitas and Gonzalo Mendez, the first federal courthouse to be named after a Latina, which will stand as a monument to the bravery of these families and as a reminder that separate is never equal. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from the great state of North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize James Min, who will be departing the People's House after 25 remarkable years of service. Within the California delegation, he served in a variety of roles for 3 separate members, Representatives Bill Thomas, Kevin McCarthy, and Vince Fong. His unwavering dedication in service to countless Californians over his 25 years in the People's House is extremely admirable, and I know there are many, many other people who agree. This institution and the world needs more people like James Min in it. Thank you, James, for your many years of service to this great institution and for your friendship. May God continue to bless you as you turn the page and begin a new chapter in your life. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute. Members, before the member starts, the chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they're here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. The lady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. This past weekend marked the 60th anniversary of Bloody Sunday, where a triumphant march in pursuit of equality and justice for all was met with brutality and violence. As I rise today, I rise thinking about the late John Lewis, who crossed the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, arm in arm with 700 activists, and driven by a conviction to secure the right to vote. And I rise thinking about how 60 years later, we are seeing attempts to pull our country back in time, to bring us back to an area of barriers at the ballot box and restrictions on registration. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as I rise today, I rise as a proud supporter of the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, a bill that honors the struggle and sacrifices of the civil rights activists who came before us, and so that all Oregonians and all Americans will have our voices heard. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Mr. James Min for his 25 years of exemplary service to this House of Representatives. A graduate of Stanford University and Georgetown Law, James served as the Chief of Staff to Vince Fong, the 55th Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, and Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Bill Thomas. In advance of this speech, I consulted with mutual friends of ours asking for stories that best describe James. One of our friends likened him to Joseph de Veuster, later known as Father Damien, who was venerated for his selfless acts in service to humanity. Another equated him to the nature boy, Ric Flair, and others shared wonderful memories from a specific fish market along the Potomac River. But a theme developed across each story. James Menn always puts others first. Hundreds, if not thousands of folks sought his advice when they first moved to Washington, D.C., the first step in successful careers for many. Jackie Robinson once said, "A life is not important except in the impact it has on other lives." James Menn personifies that statement and sentiment. We wish James well in his next endeavor as his legacy here lasts for generations to come. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, requesting unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise or extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate a Beaver County staple rising from the ashes and rebuilding after a tragedy. The Brunton family has been milking cows on their Independence Township dairy farm for 7 generations. They embody Western PA values of hard work, deep roots in the community, and connection to the land. That all went up in flames in October of 2023 when electrical failure sparked a barn fire. It was a major loss. Half a dozen cows didn't make it out in time, and the family and the entire community was heartbroken. But the Bruntons, they're Western PA tough. The community rallied around them to rebuild. And now, 15 months after the fire, Brunton Dairy Farm's milking operation is back up and running. The new barn is packed with state-of-the-art technology and things like robotic milkers, and the cows have come home. It's a classic Western Pennsylvania story of toughness and resilience. We know these stories, and I'm so glad to join the Brunton family and all of Beaver County in celebrating their big-time comeback. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm glad to offer my thanks and gratitude to James Menn as well. I appreciate the fact that when I was a brand new member of Congress a while back, that he has always been a great help, not just to me, but to anyone who asks. And I'm grateful for his selfless service, his public service, that, as was said before, I think will last for generations. We're grateful. We wish him well. And Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this Women's History Month, I rise to honor and celebrate the remarkable achievement of Nicole Poston. Firefighter Poston has made history as the first full-time female firefighter in the Margaretta Township Fire Department. A native of Brunswick, Ohio, Nicole's dedication and passion for serving her community have set an inspiring example for all of us. Nicole's journey in public service is a testament to her determination and commitment. As a certified firefighter and EMT, she has worked tirelessly to protect and serve the people of Northwest Ohio. Now, as a full-time firefighter, she continues to exemplify what it means to be a true trailblazer. Beyond her technical skills, Nicole's compassionate approach to service is evident in her work with children, teaching fire safety in schools. She also is pursuing efforts in education as she trains to become a paramedic. Nicole's story will undoubtedly inspire future generations of young women in Erie County and beyond to pursue careers as a trailblazer and first responder. This Women's History Month, I'm gratified to tell her story, a brave woman who has broken glass ceilings in our own community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart to honor the life and memory of the late Faison Kuster Jr., my friend who passed away peacefully at the age of 79. A proud patriot, veteran, and fourth-generation Charlottean, He attended Myers Park High School, my alma mater, and UNC Chapel Hill. After graduation, Faison enlisted in the U.S. Army and served honorably as a first lieutenant in the 101st Airborne Division during the Vietnam War. As a platoon leader, he earned a Bronze Star for his service to our country. After returning to Charlotte, Faison began a career in commercial real estate, founded his own firm, and raised a family. Like his father and grandfather, Faison was dedicated to serving his Charlotte community. He served as chairman of the Civil Service Board, continuing his family's legacy of giving back. Faison will forever be remembered as a kind, gracious friend and neighbor to all, always leading with his strong and abiding faith. Our hearts and prayers are with Faison's beloved wife, Carol, their 3 children, and 9 grandchildren during this difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as a veteran, I cannot support a budget that would cut $23 billion from care for veterans exposed to burn pits and toxic substances during their service to our country. This budget also harms local police by cutting hundreds of millions to COPS grants and justice assistance grants. The federal workers I represent know firsthand that the disruptions and uncertainty that comes when lawmakers fail to govern responsibly. Hardworking Americans understand that if you don't do your job, you don't get paid, and Congress should be no different. I'm proud to work with Congressman Fitzpatrick on a bipartisan common sense bill that forces members of Congress to show up to work without pay during a shutdown. This would encourage real cooperation, prevent last-minute crisis, and ensure that lawmakers are putting the American people first. This budget is an unserious proposal that guts health care programs that Virginians count on. I won't vote for a bill that will lead to kids, veterans, and seniors losing the care they need. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the Wyoming Valley Children's Association and their Cooking for a Cause fundraiser, which was held on Monday, March 3rd. This event, hosted by the Brotherhood of Chefs, has raised more than $250,000 since the cook-off first began in 2012. The Wyoming Valley Children's Association was originally founded in 1923 to help children impacted by polio and tuberculosis. Today, they provide services ranging from infant and toddler daycare, therapeutic services for speech in the hearing, programs for children with developmental disabilities, and more. The WVCA does so much more for our children, helping to raise our next generation. Northeastern Pennsylvania has a history of coming together to help each other and build strong, vibrant communities. I'm proud to honor the Cooking for a Cause, and I'm grateful for everyone in Northeastern Pennsylvania who comes together to support our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Vermont seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
It's going to take me a minute to adjust here.
We won't count the time again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard for months now that this administration only hires the very best people. Really? Exhibit A. This is the guy? This guy? The guy who keeps swinging around his big chainsaw? This is the guy who's going to fix government? Let me state for the record what millions of Americans can already see with their own eyes and what Trump's own cabinet can see and what my colleagues across the aisle are hoping nobody will ask them about. Elon Musk has no idea what he's doing. He's fired people who guard our nuclear arsenal. He's gone after the people protecting us from bird flu and Ebola. His own emails and directives contradict each other. He erroneously triple-counted contracts to inflate the Doge numbers. He's had to remove faulty claims or replace them with a page saying, "Coming soon." The incompetence is shocking, and it makes us all less safe. From exposing our personal private information to leaving Americans abroad, stranded, to kicking our veterans to the curb. We deserve so much better than this. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor J. Burke III, the Grand Marshal of the 201st Savannah St. Patrick's Day Parade. This prestigious role is made even more special as Jay follows in the footsteps of his father, James F. Jimmy Burke, Jr., who led the same parade 28 years ago in 1997. Their legacy is a testament to the deep tradition of this event, one of America's oldest and grandest St. Patrick's Day celebrations. Jay has long been a dedicated leader in Savannah's Irish community, serving as a parade officer and as chairman. His leadership and his passion have left an indelible mark on our city. This St. Patrick's Day, Jay will carry forward not just a family tradition, but the enduring spirit of our community's Irish heritage that defines this parade. Congratulations, Jay, on this richly deserved role. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I recently met with a group of advocates for children with complex medical needs and disabilities. They all shared stories of their kids with special needs or that they were simply allies. And their vision is that all children with these complex needs should have the medical care, education, and support they need to thrive. But this vision will never be achieved by slashing the coverage of children on Medicaid or firing NIH scientists who are responsible for developing treatments and cures for rare diseases. The plan to severely cut Medicaid and gut NIH funding is a serious threat to the health and stability of so many families across the country, like the ones I met with last week. I will continue to fight with these kids for the care that they deserve and the kids deserve. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we'll be taking on the continuing resolution soon this week, and though it's a way we don't really like doing business around here, I'd much rather we grind through the Appropriations Committee process, which is a lot more open. It's a necessary evil we have to get done in order to keep the government funded and keep things moving forward. So with what President Trump and his team have been laying out for us here, I think it's something that we can certainly deal with and get a good result as we grind through the following fiscal year on appropriations. So again, not ideal, but it's a way to keep things operating, and it does have some good pluses in it as well. Also wanted to point out, as several colleagues did here tonight, the moving on of a good friend, James Min, who I first knew working in the Kevin McCarthy office as when he was whip. And he helped our team get up to speed here in this place when I was a new member and my new staff as well. So really appreciate him, wish him all the best across the street, wherever he's going to be in those endeavors. So James Min, thanks a lot for your effort and for just being a good, fun guy. We'll see you.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maryland seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 moment and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today in defense of the National Fire Academy, located in my district in Emmitsburg, Maryland, where courses were eliminated by the administration on Friday, effective immediately. This academy, renowned nationally, is a place where each year tens of thousands of firefighters and EMS join top experts to train with and share best practices in fire and hazard safety. Over 90% of supervisors say that their firefighters were better prepared to respond to emergencies as a result of their academy training. With ever-worsening wildfires and other severe national disasters threatening communities across this country, the education and training provided by the NFA has never been more important to strengthen our national preparedness. And while I agree that the government should run more efficiently, jeopardizing our firefighters' personal safety and the safety and well-being of our communities is never the answer. I call on FEMA to reverse this decision, and I urge my congressional colleagues to join me in support of our firefighters. I yield back.
The lady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Alice Roker, a dedicated public servant and a beloved pillar of the Yorktown community. Alice made history as the first black woman elected to office in Yorktown, serving as town clerk and a longtime member of the town board. She left an indelible mark, serving with grace, integrity, and an unshakable commitment to the people she represented. Alice was a mentor, a problem solver, and a bridge builder, always putting the needs of her community ahead of politics. Even after leaving office, she continued to offer guidance and wisdom to those who followed in her footsteps, ensuring that Yorktown remained a great place to live, work, and raise a family. Her passing is a profound loss, but her impact will live on in the countless lives she impacted. My deepest condolences go out to her family, friends, and the entire Yorktown community. May we honor her memory by carrying forward her dedication to service and kindness. Rest in peace, Alice. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This weekend in Yonkers, I met 4 constituents who have recently been fired from federal service. Their human stories force us to consider the painful toll created by the cut and destroy method of management by this administration. Departments are being slashed and eliminated, and so are the lives of professionals who have devoted their entire careers to public service. Without any objective assessment, years of work are being trashed with bogus claims of fraud and corruption. The axe falls regardless of skill, regardless of merit or accomplishment. It falls without regard to the human element of people, not merely statistics, who serve the public. It is heartless and cruel. Most corporations, even when downsizing, take into account the most productive employees in offices. They are strategic to achieve savings. Every new administration is entitled to look at our federal agencies and see what efficiencies can be achieved. This execute first style of management is not that. It creates a stain on America, and it does nothing to make government more efficient. We should be ashamed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield my time.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, is recognized to speak 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, today is the 4th worst day on U.S. financial markets since 2022. It appears the American people are in for a rough ride. Buckle your seatbelts. Prices are rising already, and our financial markets are turbulent in the wrong direction. Economic recession looms ahead. Unemployment is increasing, and so is inflation. It wasn't supposed to be this way. The economic repercussions of the Trump administration's tariffs are far-reaching, and they're biting down already. They threaten to raise prices on everything from automobiles, and I come from an automobile manufacturing center, increases per car $9,000 to $12,000 per car. That's unaffordable. Housing's unaffordable now. Now cars, now other commodities like items that everybody uses: gasoline, lumber, road salt, potash, oil, energy. The U.S. and Canadian economies are interlinked. They're interlinked. These tariffs are propelling prices upwards. We don't want them to go that way. We want to stop the rising prices. High tariffs impose undue strain across the board, and they make American consumers and businesses alike miserable. The cost of living is climbing already, and the economic stability many workers have worked so hard to achieve is being undermined as I speak. Now, today's news that the stock market took a major nosedive across the board is serious. The Dow is down 900 points, the worst market outcome of this year. But it isn't just this year. If you look back, the plummet that happened today is not pretty. Perhaps the president thinks that putting a pause on tariffs will halt this market crash. I mean, his proposals have been like this. But I urge this administration to realize it is uncertainty that the market does not like. Manufacturers cannot reinvent supply chains 1 month at a time. This stop-start, tariffs and tariffing are producing no benefits for America while already rising prices and crashing workers' 401ks. Look what's happening to people's collective wealth in this country. Close to home, where I live, these policies are severely impacting all of the people I represent across the Great Lakes region, the industrial and agricultural heartland. Trade policy must be targeted carefully, and it should never cause chaos. And that is exactly what it's doing, causing chaos. Let me state plainly, tariffs on our Canadian allies are foolish. And the businesses and people of Northwest Ohio and all of Ohio and the industrial agricultural Midwest overwhelmingly oppose this careless administration, ill-conceived trade war with Canada. Canada is our nation's most fair trading partner. Our accounts balance when you look over a 10-year period of time. Our nation should stand for free trade among free people. And that's what our trade with Canada does. Imposing tariffs on North American companies already struggling to compete with penny wage labor abroad will drive our economy backwards off a cliff. Why would anybody want to do that? It makes no sense. Tariffs will hurt jobs across our region's manufacturing belt, in the automotive industry, in the energy sectors. The significant harm to our economy cannot be undone overnight, and it's happening right now as I speak. The region's economies are intertwined across the Great Lakes with iron ore and steel, auto parts and finished vehicles, crude oil and refined gasoline crisscrossing our northern border numerous times before getting to its final customer. To put it simply, don't hurt North America. The American people cannot stand idly by while we throw out all the hard-fought gains we've made in American manufacturing since the 1980s. And boy, believe me, they have been hard-fought. Our region lost so many jobs abroad to NAFTA and CAFTA and China PNTR. We fought against those. We knew they wouldn't work, and they didn't. And now we've had about 10 years where we've tried to rebuild our region, and now this, just as we're making progress. It's really disgusting. Who would even think about changing tariff laws through a tweet that the president did at 2 a.m. in the middle of the night? That sounds kind of peculiar to me. Tariffs and trade policy have to be carefully calibrated. Where's the art of the deal? This looks more like collapse an economy in 50 days. Well, we don't want any of it. The American consumers are poised to be in recession. That's where we're headed. And I urge, in the strongest possible words, the Trump administration to go back to the drawing board, get some of the best experienced people, and we can recommend some to you, to figure out ways to solve the problem you want to solve, but don't put our people out of work. Don't stop reinvestment in our region. Don't drill down into people's 401ks. Don't harm the industries that are producing the real wealth of this country. The train on tariffs at the border is going backwards. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, we need to redo this Trump tariff regimen and produce a system that creates wealth, doesn't destroy it, that doesn't throw our financial markets into chaos, and allows regions like my own that have struggled so hard for decades to rebuild what was taken away from us. Make us sound again. Don't do more harm to us. We've just reached a point where we have to speak out against these dangerous tariffs. They are destroying our livelihoods. People can't afford groceries. Our food banks are crowded with people. These tariffs are already biting down. America needs growth, not recession. Please, please, folks who hear my voice, urge the administration to redo its tariffs and take off this tourniquet around the whole northern border of our country that we share with Canada so that we can have robust growth. Again, we have worked so hard for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady. Does the gentlelady have a motion?
Do you want a motion to adjourn? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I make a motion that the House do now adjourn.
The gentlelady has made a motion that the House adjourn. The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.